go. Start. Here we go. Oh, goodness me. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And yeah, we look at the state of here, man. But hey, we could get in here. Well, we're not in the base, so just made that clear. We're outside safely, of course. What I mean is the viewing facilities. We couldn't get in the viewing facilities at the Nook campsite, sadly, and it looks like it's had a lot of rain there. But hey, we made the decision, and here we are. We should be getting you some F-35B action. That's right, ain't no hover to bother. Ain't no bother to hover. I'll have to get that right. I think I said that a bit wrong last time. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. And here is home of aircraft that it ain't no bother to hover. That's right, the F-35B, flown by the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force here at RAF Marham. Just got to get myself in the zone for Marham. And welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good, and hopefully we'll get some good F-35B action. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Now there are 3 squadrons here. Look at the state of that fog, that misty sort of fog there. It's pretty bad, isn't it? Welcome to the show. A big shout out to everyone here at RAF Marham, the MFGS as well, the Army, Guardroom 15 Squadron RAF Regiment as well, the Lightning Force HQ, let's not forget them. And it's home to the Operational Conversion Unit 207 Squadron, ladies, gents, teddy bears. They're like Coningsby's 29 Squadron, except in this instance they train crew pilot on the F-35B. So if the career path that is chosen for the pilot is an F-35B, they will come here and train on the F-35B to be fully qualified. At RAF Valley, they would have passed their advanced flying training, a career path that's kind of tuned for them. They don't really get to pick. Pilots don't actually get to pick what they fly. They can put it in request, but I guess they will know what is suitable for that pilot. But anyway, 1916 formed as the Royal Naval Air Service Squadron at Petit Cité in France. 207 Squadron formed. I believe they were number 7 as well. They started off being a number 7, but they became part of the Royal Air Force in 1918 and switched to 207 Squadron. They've flown the Ferry Battle as well at Cottesmore in 1938. In 1969, they reformed at RAF Norfolk as an RAF Communications Squadron. They did disband in 1984 and reformed once more at Linton-on-Ouse 207 Reserve, and they conducted basic flying training. They became a reserve squadron to conduct the BFJT for the RAF and Royal Naval pilots, disbanding again in 2012 and keeping that sort of Royal Navy connection. Once they stood up again in 2019, they became an operational conversion unit for both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy for the F-35B. So lots of history here, and of course the fully operational 617 Dambusters Squadron, who formed in 1943 at RAF Scampton as Squadron X, chosen Wing Commander Guy Gibson, probably from his absolutely amazing record at RAF Coningsby, with his 18 night sorties, 16 of those consecutively as well. And here we are, and in 1944 1943 actually, they were the first to use. In 1943 they were the first to use in sort of summer, late summer, autumn of September 1943, they were the first to use RAF Coningsby's new hardened runways. 617 were there. They switched and moved to Woodhall Spa. With 619 they began dropping 12,000 pounders, the tall boys, hence the Tall Boy ops here, and the 22,000 pound Grand Slam bombs as well. On their Lancasters, when they were flying the Grand Slam bomb, they would change their squadron markings to Yankee Zulu. Traditionally it's Alpha Juliet, but that changed to Yankee Zulu when they were operating a huge 22,000 pound Grand Slam bomb. They did a tour of India in 1946, and in 1955, after flying combat missions over Malaya, they returned to the UK and disbanded in 1955. They were formed 3 years later at Scampton as a Vulcan B1 squadron, flying the Vulcan B2 from 1961. They introduced the Blue Steel standoff missile into service in 63 and switched to low-level missions in 1968. Now, they disbanded in 1981, but a year later they reformed and stood up as a Tornado GR1 unit at RAF Marham, declaring operational capability 16th of May 1990. It took part in Operation Granby. 1994 they transferred to Lossiemouth and the Tornado GR1B in the same role as the anti-shipping role alongside 12 Squadron. They took part in Operation Telic in 2003, 2009 Operation Herrick, Operation Elamy in 2011, Operation Herrick in 2014, and they became the UK's frontline Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning unit on the during the reformation in 2016, and arrived before of their F-35Bs in 2018. Oh yeah. And last but not least, reforming back, Legends 809 Naval Air Squadron, the Immortals, who played their part in the Falklands War. They stood up here. They stood up again, sorry, in 2003 in December. Took their first sortie in 2024. 809, and based here at Marham. Originally formed in 1941, the squadron took part in numerous operations, and as we noted before, the Falklands conflict as well. The squadron has actually disbanded a total of 5 times during their years before being recommissioned to fly the F-35B. So they're no stranger, and here we are. Welcome to the show, there now. RAF Marham began ops in 1916 as a Royal Flying Corps station. And then just got to go and grab my cup of tea. It's a little bit on the older chilly side, but here we are switching here to RAF Marham. Show. I can't wait for today. I do love a bit of Marham. May not be as busy as the other stations, but gotta admit, it's pretty cool to see an aircraft that can hover. Now, the F-35 Lightning is already a masterpiece in its own right. The F-35B, 5th generation stealth multi-role fighter, available in 3 different variations. The F-35A that we see at RAF Lakenheath on many occasions, but here what we've got here is a Stovall variant, which means it's a short takeoff and vertical landing aircraft. Now that makes it the world's most advanced aircraft going, because of the fact that you've got stealth and you can make it hover. The Stovall mode is activated for landing vertically. It can hover, and for short takeoffs. Now, what that means is, although that the thrust is a form of thrust vectoring, the thing is, it can only be activated for those purposes. It's not like your F-22 thrust vectoring. This is been designed, called a free BSM, free bearing swivel module, which is part of Rolls-Royce system, which I will go through in absolute detail. We'll break it down for you. For those that don't quite know, it's Rolls-Royce that put in the system to make this hover and take off at a very, very extremely short distance. In fact, it can take off of the US Mackinac Island, which is what, 258 meters long. It can take off from there. That is absolutely incredible. Now, the free BSM, a free bearing swivel module, in 3 sections, hence a free bearing swivel. It swivels around in 3 parts, and it can move as well from left to right, so that it can get a absolute stability like no other aircraft can hover, as in a fighter jet, that is. This can, and the free BSM can switch to a 45-degree angle for short takeoff, or 2.5 seconds time it can rotate to 95 degrees. It is all that. You can even use its afterburner for a vertical landing. Don't know why, but it's there. It can still do it. Activates at a max speed of 250 miles per hour. Anything more than that, it won't activate. Like I said, it's there just for the vertical landing. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And I'll tell you what, I've got with me the Canberra, the Tornado, and there are startups, but due to the wind, you can't actually hear it. That's a bit of a shame. So it's all about the vertical landing here. That's what we want. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And you can see the little flashy just about there for the F-35. It's not the best visibility. Look at this. It is pretty bleak out there, but hey, at least we can get you something. F-35B wasn't on the cards today, but here we are. Thanks for tuning in. So we've got the F-35B. This is the B variant. Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's get this rolling out there. Now the B variant, don't forget, they've had to make a lot of sacrifices and, shall we say, compromises in some ways. They've had to make some form of compromise because they've stuck a 1.2 ton system, a lift fan itself, which takes up a lot of room. Rolls-Royce, just to keep this to hover. That's it, the whole purpose, and that's a lot of weight. So it's at least 1.2 tons more than the F-35A. Of course, the most heavy is the F-35C. That's a beast in its own right. And All three can do a max speed of Mach 1.6. The G ratings are different, the range is different, the weight of course is, you know, extremely different. Empty weight on an F-35A is 29,000 pounds. The F-35B is 32,000. So in kilos, 13,300 as opposed to 14,729 kilos. So there you go, there's that extra weight. Like I said, the sole purpose, Rolls-Royce lift fan, just to keep this flowing in the air and hovering like that. Internal fuel is different. You've got 18,250 pounds internal fuel on the A and 13,500 in the B. Weapons payload is different by 3,000 pounds. That's 18,000 in the A and the C. Interestingly, that's 15,000 in the B. So 3,000 pound different, or 8,160 kilos in the A, same as the C, or 6,800 kilos in the B. Max takeoff weight again is different, 60,000 pounds on the B variant. 70,000 pounds on the A and the C. Range again is 300 pound difference, 1,200 nautical miles in the A and C, 900 nautical miles in the B. Now that's not a combat radius or anything. Combat radius a little bit different, 505 nautical miles on the B, 669 on the A. Does have a reasonable thrust to weight ratio with full fuel. In fact, the thrust to weight ratio on the B variant is actually better by 1/10. So 0.9 is the 0.87 on the A, 0.9 on the B, 0.75. G ratings is a +9 on the A variant, but +7 on the B. So they are slightly different. Thrust as well with afterburner, 41,000 on the B variant and 43,000 pounds of thrust on the A. Now the thing is with this is the fact that the B variant on the lift fan itself, which is powered from a shaft from the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 BW600 variant, what it does, it connects a shaft from the front of the Pratt & Whitney engine with a shaft, and it delivers 29,000 pound of shaft horsepower to the lift fan of Rolls-Royce, which is a 50-inch diameter vertically aligned engine, so it's pointing upwards to the sky like a helicopter would. A fan, a twin disc and blisk system, and it produces 20,000 pound of cold thrust on its own. It is absolutely amazing. Again, don't worry, I'll show you all the ins and outs and a full diagnosis of the of the F-35B. Just a moment. Hello Siri, how you doing, mate? Siri's just talking to me, I don't know why, but there we go. For those concerned, I arrived at the campsite in the morning and the gates were locked, and I could see that it had been raining a lot. They've had a lot of rainfall, and when it's unsafe, the terrain been waterlogged like that. Didn't really fancy going in there anyway, but yeah, sadly there's been so much rainfall that the field does become a bit waterlogged, and to look after it and not damage it, it's a wise decision to close it off for the day, which is fair enough. Even on really icy days, we've come across the field being closed. Then 05 in use, I believe. And looks like we've got a red arrow heading this way as well, for those interested. Looks like it's heading this way. I don't know whether we'll see it. It is really bad, the cloud base here. It's pretty bad. I mean, I can't actually see the runway caravan either. But there we go. It's not very good visibility. We do have a red arrow on its way here to do a PD practice diversion, but whether we'll see it in this is it's we shall see. We've got a single, the Flying Duke. Cool, go for it. If I don't get to answer it, if it basically skips by and I'm filming, just feel free to message me. If you've got a couple of good history questions, go for it. If you can. If I don't see it, like I said, just drop me a line, so I may not see it while I'm filming. Welcome to the show. And again, for those interested, the vicinity here had an airfield in 1916 as a Royal Flying Corps. So this is before the Royal Air Force, the Royal Flying Corps established on the 13th of April 1912 to the 1st. Actually, would it be the last day of the month? Would it be the 31st of March 1918 when it dissolved on the 1st of April? Yeah, I wonder what the official one is then. Because obviously the 1st of April 1918 is when the Royal Air Force was established. It was an amalgamation of the Royal Flying Corps and the flying component of the Royal Naval Air Service. It's really interesting on the if you use an ADSB, it comes up as a T-45 Goshawk, which is really strange. It is indeed a Hawk Mark T1A. Ignore what it says. I don't know why it does that, but hey, it's the way it is, hey. It's not far away from us now. I doubt we'll see it. I'll be very I should be more optimistic, but it's currently at 2,900 feet. I really sincerely doubt we are going to see that from here. I mean, it is red, unless it drops to Buccaneer height, we're not going to probably see anything, but hey, amazing. It wasn't too bad this morning, you know. It wasn't too bad, but Okay, stand by then, ladies, gents, teddy bears, get ready. But I think we're going to get ready for some noise rather than actual red arrow. But right, it's descending, so if it gets 1,000 feet, we may see it. Let's have a look. Dropping down 220, 2200. Here we go. 2100. Come on, let's see what we're going to get. Big shout out to the Marham Tower there. How you doing? Hope you're all good. Okay, 2,000 feet. Here we go. So one of my options was to come here, but it was so grim. I did fancy Milden Hall, which is why this week is a bit of a challenge for me this week. It does not look good at all week. But hey, it's the way it is. Even Thursday as well, goodness me. Absolutely shock. Oh, all week it is pretty shocking. Thursday doesn't look too bad for the tips of the south, right across the south. Anything south is looking good. 1,900 feet, never. I'm not even gonna attempt it. There's no way we're gonna see that. I'll be very shocked if we can actually see a red arrow. I mean, let's have a bit of optimism. Come on, Em. Come on, Em. Where are you? Who do you think you are? Right, here we go. Right, here we go. This is, I mean, that's the state of it. No way, seriously, come on. It needs to be about, what, 300 foot to even see that. It's at 1,900 feet, which is, I'll be surprised. It will give us an idea of how bad it is. 1,800 feet, 1,700. Keep going. $1,600 feet. 15. I don't know, even if it's. Well, here we go. And I'm not the best at filming hawks, but it is red, this one, so. We'll enjoy the noise of the Rolls-Royce Oboe 151 engine. Normally we'd see it from here. It's pretty ghastly, isn't it? But I wanted to get you a show anyway, so. "900 feet, come on. Just a little bit more.
Ready for departure. That is 21 Marham Tower, hold position, 1 on short, final half a mile.
600 feet, we might. It's doable. No. Oh, there it is. And there it was. Oh man, well we've seen it, our first aircraft of the day. It is a Red Arrow, just a sweet little thing. Pretty little plane there now. Yay! Right, they're on them. Oh, I don't know what's happened to one of them. And then, lost an F-35 now. Hey, where you gone? Oh dear. I mean, there's the runway caravan, that's the state of it. State of the weather, look at that. It's well. I can't even see the F-35. There we go. There's another one. There we go. We got to see them. Well, there we go then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Goodness me. Well, there we go, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Right, just 1 second. Gonna go and grab something. Oh, we got to see 3 aircraft. That's better than a complete zero, isn't it? Just having a look at the range of aircraft that I've got here. It's really amazing. This would be a first. I don't think this has been on the stream before. Here we go. Got a lightning on the stream. So yes, ladies, gents and teddy bears, how we doing? So this is a Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning. Now I know what you're thinking. Now traditionally it is a Lightning II, but the Royal Air Force omit the 2. Why? Because it's the Royal Air Force's 3rd Lightning. See, the first ever Lightning was a delivery of these. The first time it's ever been on the show, a P-38 Lightning. Look at it. I mean, it is beautiful. The engines on these things were absolutely beautiful. However, one sec, let me just put this down a minute. I've got the other Lightning here. Oh, right. Let's talk a little bit about this. Got nothing to do with Marham as opposed to as the history of Marham, but many of you may know what's going on here. This P-38 Lightning. Now, the Royal Air Force did actually purchase these. I think they had about 3 of these. However, what I need to tell you is the fact that the propellers, they contra-rotated. Basically, the engines span inwards, so basically in different directions, okay? The P-38 Lightning had contra-turning propellers, so the one that you can see on the left of your screen was spinning towards the cockpit, and the one to the right was spinning towards the cockpit. But the Royal Air Force wanted them to spin in the same direction. Now, I cannot remember for the fur of me what way they were spinning, but that was one of the modifications that they requested. I do not know why, but that was one of the things that I read. Also, in the boom, you had these, I mean, first of all, it's powered by the Allison V1710 engines, the P-38 Lightning. Now, they were turbo, they were a V12 liquid cooled turbo supercharged piston engines. Now, they were rated at 1600 horsepower. Now, one of the things that I came across was the fact that, by the way, could do around 410, 414 miles per hour. But one of the problems that I came across for the Royal Air Force ones, they didn't have the turbochargers on them. They were so underpowered, the Royal Air Force didn't like them at all and cancelled it. So that was the first ever Lightning, and I thought I'd show it here because I don't ever show you a P-38 Lightning. So that was the first. I think it was something like AE379. It's off the top of my head. 378 and 379, something like that. The 3 that made it into the RAF inventory. They didn't actually go operational, but they did take delivery and weren't happy with it. But there we go. I mean, that's just a quick story. Now, of course, we all know what the second Lightning was in the 60s. Was the most amazing English electric Lightning. Look at this, a beautiful, wonderful aircraft that can go twice the speed of sound vertically as well. I mean, it's absolutely incredible, wasn't it? So that was the second Lightning, and of course 2000, and when they stood up in 2016, the Dambusters arrived in 2018 with the F-35B Lightning. So that's just a little fun story why the reasons behind omitting the 2. All right, so it's just called an F-35B Lightning in the Royal Air Force, but officially it is a Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning 2. All right, so there you go. So you won't ever see that. You will see on Airfix models a past and present Dambusters, or a past and present of Royal Air Force fighters. And although they're Royal Air Force, I think it's got a Spitfire and an F-35B, I think that one. It could have a Lancaster, actually. Could be a 617. But you'll find it does say 617 Dambusters, and it's got Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning 2. Now, bless them, they did reply. I emailed Airfix. I said, is that a mistake? They said no, they have to keep it on there for like trademark purposes, all right, and copyright, etc., all that kind of stuff. So there we go. So here's our F-35B, our Stovall variant. Let me just make my way over. So this is an F-35B. Now, the F-35B has a different engine to the F-35A and the C. Now, traditionally, standard, they're the F-135, Pratt Whitney's masterpiece, the F-135 PW100. But of course, as I mentioned, the F-35B is different. The F-35B is powered by that massive 1.2 ton of lift fan. So things have to be a little bit different. And to do that, you need to power that fan. I'm going to show you around of what it can, and or shall we say what it can, or possibly what it can't do. But it's got that lift fan itself, and the whole system comprises of a lot of parts that Rolls-Royce have put together. And I'm going to give you a little tour. Now, it is a game-changing technology. It is the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world. Now, because it's in an F-35, this makes it the world's greatest and world's most advanced fighter because of that. Now, just to give you an idea, it is an amazing performance, and the lift system comes in part of the latest and greatest digital technology and fan system, and it delivers precise and powerful short takeoff, the 3B. And you know, at the end of the day, it is technically a descendant of the Pegasus engine. So let's have a little look at what goes on. So our F-35B here starts off with the auxiliary air intake. This opens up. You'll see that opening up. Now, again, inside here, you'll see the shaft that is powering the lift fan. Now, that shaft is connected to the front of Pratt & Whitney's engine, the F135. All right, so this is kind of cool that you can see that shaft, okay? This opens up. While this opens for the lift fan, which I'm going to show you, underneath, that's the bottom of the lift fan, Rolls-Royce's lift fan, 1.2 tons. Just quickly, before I go into detail, think how much fuel is, you know, internal fuel this has had to go. There's no boomstick because that's where it normally sits. But just think, they've had to put this in just for the sake of having this to hover. That's a bit, you know, that there's a lot of compromises going on here. But anyway, that wind is really knocking my auxiliary air intake. Acts like a FOD detector and a filter, sorry. So let's have a look what's going on here. So this is 50 inches in diameter. Now the top part of the fan, it's a two-stage system, which means there's two spinning discs. They're contra-turning. One spins one way, one spins the other. Now the top is what we call a blisk. They're hollow titanium alloy to save a bit of weight. There's a lot of weight reduction that they've had to do, a lot of compromises. I believe even, I can't remember if they've trimmed some of the stabilizers, but I'm not 100% if they did that. Anyway, the top is blisk. Now the bottom is traditional discs and blade, disc and blade. So the blades have actually put in like teeth inside it. So they've even gone down the route of that. Now underneath, okay, so Rolls-Royce shaft, Rolls-Royce lift fan. Under here, these slats, once this opens out, they actually move forward and back, and this can make the F-35B in hover move forward and back. Now, this is not enough for it to hover. Just quickly, as we go to the back, you've got roll posts just here and here. These little openings here, they take the air from the bypass and actually allow the lateral movement to pitch left and right. So you've got the slats moving forward and back at a certain degree, and then you got the roll posts, again Rolls-Royce. At the back is where it all cooks. This is the free BSM, free bearing swivel module. Now it is a form of thrust vectoring. Yes, this opens up. Now this is called a free BSM. It's in 3 stages, 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. So you've got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust shooting down there, and you've also got about 40,000 pounds of thrust here. That's a lot here for this Stovall mode. This configures because it can go to 45 degrees so that it can do a short takeoff, which I'll come back to in a moment. It can also swivel from left to right to keep it more stable, but it can also spin and configure so that it can land beautifully and hover. So you've got thrust coming down here, 40,000, and 20,000 coming from here. That is what it's going to make it all about to hover. All right, now it can do a short takeoff, which means 45-degree angle. If it didn't have the free BSM, it is possible that it will just go out of control. All right, it configures nicely and actually does a variable action so that it can take off the ski jump. 258 meters is not a lot when you think about it, and it can take off the USS Mackinac Island, which is only a 258 meter ship. So there we go. So so you can only activate it at 250 miles per hour maximum. You can't activate it after that. Okay, so it's not really a thrust vector like you would have on a F-22. Okay, so it's literally for that. But one of the common questions I get asked, can it take off vertically? The answer is yes, it can, but it doesn't, because when you load this up, fully fuel it and load it up, if it had about 50% of fuel and didn't really have a lot of payload, yes, it can do it. They've done it, but they choose to do what's called a short takeoff. So this means fully loaded, fully fueled, it can take off very quickly, and we have videos of this. One of the other things to take note is that once it's hovering and it's about to land, the weapons bay opens. I don't know the real reason. There's all sorts of answers on Google or AI, but I'm going to go and ask a pilot. It could be something to do with the force and the hot gases, I don't know, but I will ask a pilot and find out why the weapons bay opens only when it's on landing, okay, as in when it vertically lands. There are 3 landing pads here as well for those interested. 67 meters by 67. They are square, by 30.5 meter by 30.5 meter, an actual landing zone inside for the aircraft. That's quite a lot, really, isn't it? It's quite substantial, and they got 3 of those here. But it has all the latest and greatest, got everything else about it, all that loiter time. It is 5th generation, covered in that beautiful radar absorbing material. If you don't know what that is, Lockheed Martin got a patent for a special paint to absorb radar waves, radio waves, and it absorbs them so it doesn't send back. So, because if you don't know how stealth works, one of the biggest misconceptions it's that stealth means invisible. It doesn't. It will be detected, but too late. It's too late, because it gets the job done undetected and before the enemy find out it's there. It does have some form of detection, in fact a golf ball, but my point is, why would you be looking, or even radar, can it even register? But the way it works, so radio waves are hitting everything, even me, you, travels at a speed of sound, 189,000 miles per hour, is it, something like that? And what it is, it waits for a return signal with ground stations, and those ground stations then ping it over to tower, and it pings on radar. It is not ADSB. ADSB is completely different. So even with a transponder off, omnidirectional radar actually sends radio frequencies. Transponders work with the SSR, secondary surveillance radar. So everything is being, everything is being kind of detected if it can. So what I mean is, so an omnidirectional, even a transponder off, omnidirectional radio waves start hitting aircraft, and it's the return. A bit like shouting in a cave, a bit like shouting in a well or a canyon. Your echo is your radar cross section to some extent of the information that's come back. Is that flashing down there? What's that? Oh, hello. Where do you think you're going? So again, the radar absorbing material of Lockheed Martin has these special particles of iron. What they do, they burn the radio frequencies, the radio waves, they burn them. So that's one way of doing it. And it can basically absorb frequencies from 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. That's not even gonna detect from one of those advanced S400s. It won't be able to detect it. And it's got other stuff as well, the way radar works. Radio waves, they love continuity. Okay, so one of the things on here, you can see all these zigzags as well, the serrations, which I'll talk about. But one of the things, radio waves, they love flat surfaces. Hasn't got a lot on here, okay? And it loves consistency. So although it is carbon composite, these parts here that kind of look like a different paint, it's actually radar absorbing tape. Now, because of the different composite and different material that the tape is providing, the radar frequencies, the radio waves hit the surface, but when it hits a different material, it starts to lose its consistency and doesn't come back. Now, the angle of reflection, angle of incidence, look at the stabilizers there, turned at an angle, and look at all these serrations. There are serrations absolutely everywhere. Look at them all, everywhere you look. all these zigzags, serrations. And the thing is, it's not there when the radio waves hit the aircraft. All these waves, if they doesn't get absorbed, are just going to go everywhere. It's not going to go back to sender. So there you go. Then you've got a nice bit of, lovely bit of flash kit here under here. This is made out of sapphire. Oh yes, how posh. So if you bought your loved one sapphire for Valentine's Day, you can say, you know, even the F-35 is a bit of sapphire, mate. Do you know what I mean? It looks like a bit of glass, but it is actually made of sapphire. Why choose sapphire? Okay, so on the Moss scale of hardness, if you didn't know, minerals and precious materials and stone and etc., they're all rated 0 to 10. 10 being the hardest. I would put diamond there. Sapphire is 9, I think chalk is 3, Tektite and glass are 4, I think it is, something like that. Tektite 4, could be wrong on that, but maybe I'll come out with a chart. This is called an electro-optical targeting system. This is where the pilots will detect the battlefield. It's a situational, constant targeting. It is scanning everything. It's basically and it also does infrared targeting as well, and infrared search and track. It is exactly like, in some ways, but more advanced, it is like the lantern. You can navigate at night. It sends out almost like it scans the terrain and brings it all back on the pilot's visor, the mounted display unit. Okay, so not even on the head-up display, it's actually on the visor, so the pilot can navigate low level through mountainous areas at night and target. So it's like basically a bit like the lantern. And then you've got the DAR system, which I'll need to show you a map for that. But there we go. I hope you've got some good takeaways there of the F-35. I don't know if that one's I don't know if that one's been towed, or don't know what's going on with that one. Yep, so we got another F-35 taxiing now. It is a singleton. It was meant to go with the others, so it's playing catch up. Oh yeah. There it is. It's definitely on the move now, isn't it? Don't know if you can see that, but it's there. It's also got the very advanced DAR system, and you know, you're adding all this technology to, you know, all this technology to an aircraft that can hover. You don't get many. In fact, it's the only one of its kind, so, which makes it the world's most advanced. Huh? I think we've got more. There's something going on in it. That's all right, isn't it? Yeah, it's all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good. Okay, for takeoff, here we go, if I can see it. That's pretty amazing.
Service goes to 1-1 position to the west. Can you confirm the status of protect airspace Bravo? Sector 1, protect airspace inactive.
So yeah, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and I'll show you a few more bits of the F-35 as well for you before we move on to the next bit of tech on the
one is complete, general handling.
Let's have a look. So yeah, the F-35, all variants, has the DAS system, which is absolutely amazing. Now let me, just before I show you that, I'm just going to show you a couple of things on the F-35 which assist. Oh, did that just taxi out? There's more. Look at this. Yeah. Well, that's good, isn't it? We've got more. So not long to go. Just going to show you the serrations, the way radar signature. So if it's a flat surface, the angle of incidence, angle of reflection, that kind of thing, it bounces straight back, return to sender. The serrations scatter those radar everywhere, those radio waves everywhere, so it won't be able to cotton on. But what I was going to show you is of course the DAS system. There's one taxi now, so I'll quickly show you this. Now, if you catch them right, there are 6 random polygon-shaped windows. You catch them right, they look like glass. What these are is the DAS system. There are 6 of these. They're distributed aperture systems. They're infrared day or night, and it gives situational awareness. It's already locking onto moving targets, continuously tracking them. SAM's already detected. aircraft already detected, which is why they probably didn't use these F-35Cs, shall we say, although it would be suitable, or the B for the for Top Gun, because there's a single seater and it would probably lock onto targets a good 100 miles away. It can fuse with other F-35s, creating a 360-degree protection and detection globe. For those interested, there are 40,000 fasteners on each F-35 when they're putting it together, if you like to count rivets and stuff. Literally counting the rivets. Right, so we've got another two, I think it's two, I think. So aircraft, as I mentioned about radar cross section, it's what comes back to, here we go. Okay, that's cool. So we've had 4 F-35Bs and 1 Red Arrow. So, I don't know if I've got a picture for you. I might be able to show you. Someone's asking about ADSB. Let's have a look if I've got ADSB here. Okay, so let's show you a couple of things. So what you've got is 2 types of radar and another one actually. So you've got primary radar. A primary radar is omnidirectional. It's sending radio frequencies everywhere, okay, from ground stations, and then that information is passed back to an air traffic controller, and that will ping back, okay? That will ping back, but it doesn't have any information. It doesn't have any information other than it just pinging on a radar. So let's take our F-35 here. Hello F-35, how you doing? How's it all going? All right, you good? The F-35 is very well. Now, so the F-35, obviously it's detected, because if you didn't see it as an air traffic controller, there could be a few issues. Now, first of all, a primary radar is sending omnidirectional radio waves everywhere, okay? And then what comes back, okay, is basically the information that pops up from the ground station to the air traffic controllers. You've also got a secondary surveillance radar. Now this works with a transponder. There are 3 modes. Modes A, and S as well, modes A, B and S. Is it B and S? I think so. And I haven't, do you know what? I haven't spoken about modes in a long time. But anyway, so you've got a secondary surveillance radar. Now what that does, it communicates with a transponder, all right? Now bearing in mind, we didn't mention transponder with the primary surveillance radar. It sends frequencies and comes back regardless of transponder on and off. Now a transponder is helpful for aircraft management. And you key in what's called a squawk code, a 4-digit code. It doesn't have an 8 or 9 in it, and each code means different things so that the air traffic controllers can manage it in the skies. All right, there are different codes for different things. So 7001 for going low level, 7002 for going into danger areas, 7003 for the red arrow, 7004 for displays. There's 0033 for parachute drops, etc. Okay, so and each one has a radar service as well. So who's managing that particular aircraft? So each has their own. So Coningsby, I can't remember if it's 60 maybe. There is a prefix for a particular so you got Swanic military radar, and there's a lot there. It's beyond me. I don't often go into too much detail, but the whole point of a transponder, you have to break it up into 2 words, because it is 2 words: transmit and respond. What this does from the secondary surveillance radar stations and radars, what it does, it sends, it's transmitting and responding. Transmit, hence a transponder. It transmits to secondary surveillance radars, which pick it up and respond to it. Okay, so when you get aircraft like an F-35, they are still given a squawk code. The misconception is that they've turned their transponder off. You cannot do that. If you do that, you will cause a potential collision and you will be in a lot of trouble, because you can't manage that aircraft if you've turned the transponder off. Okay, this is regardless of the nature, whether it's 5th gen or 4th generation or just a civilian airliner. So what you do, an aircraft has to be given a squawk code on departure. These F-35s have been given squawk codes. Now to have a squawk code means that you got your transponder on. Why can't you see it on ADSB? Let's have a closer look. ADSB is something completely different. It does not use radar. It uses GPS. Now then, here we go. So let's break this down, because I know people want to go into more detail. All right, so ADSB has different. Hang on a second, give me a sec. I think there might be one in the area coming now. Actually, hang on a minute. Let me just have a quick. Hang on, there might be just one coming in now. Actually, hang on one sec. So ADSB doesn't use radar, it uses GPS. For those interested, it stands for Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, all right? For those that don't know what ADSB stands for. So let me just show you my chart again. Sorry about the modes on the transponders, A, C and S. Sorry about that, it's been a long time, forgive me. It's been ages, it's been one of those Mondays as well. Okay, so let's have a little look. Let's have a look why you can't see it on your phone. And why would you, to be honest? They are military. They have the abilities. So ADSB uses an ADSB receiver inside the aircraft. That looks more like a Harrier. So what this does, what ADSB does, it has its separate, it's like its own transponder. It's like a ADSB receiver. But the thing is, it uses GPS, satellites, high and dry, way above 300 miles up. I don't know where they are, but it's now communicating to the ADSB receiver. Now on ADSB receivers, like a transponder, it's got an in and out. Let's have a look what's going on here. There's a sky, a wide area multi-alteration. That's another type of system, by the way, which I go into another detail. But what this does, it's sending information in. This is the ADSB in. This gives all the latest and greatest data. for basically the weather, that kind of thing, etc. The ADSB out is where it communicates to ADSB ground stations, and then those ground stations send that information to a air traffic controller. Okay, so GPS sends it to the aircraft, sends it to ADSB, and sends it to the air traffic controllers. The thing is, what is that noise? The thing is with GPS, for those, if you've got a GPS watch, if you're in mountainous areas and trying to get a signal, you're going to get a really bad reading on your GPS tracker, which is why when they go low level, they kind of disappear, because ground stations are having trouble getting the information, and GPS has a bit of trouble sending that data to the aircraft because it's gone so low. All right, so when it goes really low through mountainous areas, you'll notice they kind of disappear. Ground stations are made to sort of point upwards. The thing is, if you go so low, you're not going to be able to detect it, which is why sometimes you've got a nice little line of your aircraft and it goes all zigzags. The GPS is having trouble, actually communicating with it. There's a chance and the ability for pilots to turn off their ADSB out. That's why you cannot see it. They can turn that off, but it's still detectable with air traffic controllers. Okay, so it's done as because ADSB has a lot of data. It will have call sign, it will have speed, altitude, and all this kind of stuff as well, and of course the squawk code as well. So Mode S is very similar on the Mode S is very similar to like a transponder, but the thing is, with aircraft going really low through mountainous areas, and ground stations also have trouble picking it up. If you ever try to follow a tanker over the Atlantic and it just disappears, because of the ground station, there's also GPS jamming. There's quite a few things and elements why they kind of disappear. So that'll be why they turn it off. So yeah, it's been a while since I've gone into really broke that down with you, but yeah, just really quickly, it's because they turn off ADSB out, not the transponder. Like I said, you cannot turn your transponder off. So when we get a particular country flying in an area that's of interest to UK airspace, they don't have their transponders on, which makes it extremely dangerous. So the Typhoons, for example, they'll scramble from RAF Lossiemouth to intercept them and fly next to them, so that at least someone can see them with the transponder on, which is the Typhoons basically. Yeah, it's literally a one of that. Yeah. But the thing is, you got to think about it. The aircraft is still detectable, okay, through a primary radar, shall we say, because that's why they can detect the threat. Otherwise, sounds good, sounds nearby. Okay, we've got something nearby. I couldn't even see that. Was an F-35 there, man. Right, I better keep my eyes peeled now. I wish I had the DAS system and the oh, actually, do you know what, I can actually see it now. Here we go. I'll do my best to track it in that. Oh yeah. Now then, are we going to get vertical landings in this? Come on. That'll be good fun. I like this game. I mean, this is going to really test my tracking in and out of that fog, whatever you want to call that. It's filthy weather. Yes, sir, I haven't spoken about transponders and ADSB for an absolutely long time. So yeah, transponder mode A and C and S. So mode S basically has all the information like altitude. That's why they have different modes. And mode A doesn't really have a lot of info. It's just literally just a very basic tracking system, and I can't remember what mode C even does anymore, so it's been a long time. Do you know what, maybe it's a bit of a refresh. See, this is why you train all the time. But the thing is, I focus a lot on history, the avionics side of things, how it all works, that kind of thing. It's such a broad information that I try to absorb as well, that I'm never in one sort of field, shall we say, literally. But there we go. Always out in all weather, so yeah, absolutely, I'll do my best. I am psyched up for it. It's not going to be a good week this week weather-wise. Tuesday, bad. Wednesday, Thursday. However, for those skirting right across the very south, literally from Land's End right up to Kent, but the very south part, Dover, all the way through there, it looks good. Wednesday and Thursday, if I looking at it anyway, from their predictions. But there we go. So sometimes when an aircraft's got an emergency, like an F-35, in the emergency code, squawk code is 7700, and it sets off a universal code so that you can see it on ADSB. The ADSB out is switched on when it comes to emergencies. So yeah, there are, and then again, it's ADSB, like I said, it's different to transponders. We've established there's 3 different modes. Mode A, transponder, it basically transmits the 4-digit code. So it's enough to transmit the squawk code with that as well, to allow ground radar and air traffic controller to identify the aircraft. It doesn't transmit altitude, that I do remember. So mode A is just a basic, this is my squawk code, this is what I'm doing, all right? So there we go. So mode A is pretty much your basics, doesn't really have any info, not even altitude. So mode C, that automatically transmits the code, the squawk code. It does give pressure, the altitude pressure, to air traffic controller when interrogated. And it provides, if I remember, like a vertical separation data for the controllers, and also I think that has the TCAS, the like a collision avoidance system, traffic alert and collision avoidance system. And then of course you've got the mode S, which has altitude, speed, all that kind of data. So mode S is a lot more data fluent. But I guess as technology is going on, you know, ADSB is becoming the thing. Satellites are becoming the thing, aren't they? So there we go. yeah, something for me just to go back home and do just familiarise myself again, because it's been a long time. Dita, how you doing? Hope you're good. Aspen, Margot, Davey, oi oi to all of you, all our regulars, how you doing? Kilo Sierra, Christopher Carr, Margot, Christopher O'Connor. Hope you're all well and good. I think it's clearing up a little bit, which is good. Cool. We're about somewhere. Well, let's hope for some vertical landings anyway, that'll be good. Trouble is trying to see them through that. Just making some atmospheric shots anyway. Do you know what? One could probably land and I wouldn't even see it. Hey, it's all good. Just got to get through this month, I think, and then hopefully in for some better weather. Right, there's one or two coming in, I think. Let's have a look. Welcome to a very foggy, misty, I don't even know what to call this. It's really strange, isn't it? It's like almost like freezing fog. Mind you, what's the temperature here? 6 degrees Celsius. What's that, about 40 Fahrenheit? Clearing up a little bit. Everywhere I look, it's pretty emotional. But hey, we've had aircraft. We've had what, 4 F-35Bs and 1 Red Arrow. but I can hear it. Oh, there it is. Look at this. This is a fun game. I'm loving this. In and out of the clouds. I love that. Come on. Oh yeah, come on. I'll tell you what, they could do that all day. I don't mind, because at least, you know, if they were to... Is that... Oh, that's fine. I thought they pulled another one out. Steady. I thought I'd zoom out because it was just so you can appreciate the angle, just so you could tell it wasn't actually quite, it wasn't substantially significantly low or anything, but there we go. I just hope I haven't missed one landing, because I have to admit it is possible for me to absolutely miss this. One of the worries is that while I'm concentrating on a low approach, one might be right behind it landing. That's not the nice scenario to be in. And I'm not being funny, I wouldn't even know if it had landed and taxied back at this rate in this. But hey, it looks good so far. But thank you to all those that are tuned in. My name's Nick Ossam, your cameraman, historian and commentator. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. You've been cleared to vertically land on that thumbs up, on that like button. Come on, let's get this stream out there. And you know, it was nice to... I was a bit worried I wasn't going to stream today due to the amount of rain. Sadly, for safety, well, it was closed anyway, so I couldn't even get in, so there we go. Okay, I think we may have another one. You'll hear it before we see it. Oh, here we go. that's our first one home. No vertical landing yet. Got another 3 more opportunities. Well, there's our second one. Okay, so we've still got 2 out there to hopefully get us some vertical landings. There's another one coming in actually, if I can see it. Well, you're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. It's not the best day for visibility, is it? Definitely hear another one out there. Is that it there? Just over there it is. Goodness me. Nice slow land. And our last one in somewhere out there. Somewhere out there. Possibly another slow land. Just a little transition across the screen. So that's all our F-35s back, I think. Unless I've missed one because of the emotional weather. Okay, so no vertical landings, but hey, we got to see the slow land, which is kind of cool anyway. It's really nice. It's again something they use on carriers as well, especially if they're still carrying some heavy goodies. So you may notice the runway 0119, a smaller runway and made of asphalt, softer, but can be used for carrier and training as well. Carrier training and junior pilot training on the F-35B on it as well. Especially as we've got an OCU here, an operational conversion unit. But at least we got to see F-35s today. Oh yeah. We got to see the slow land, don't often see that. So the STOVL mode can be used for slow landing, a kind of like a shipborne rolling vertical landing, so to speak. So it's not really, so it's controlling the aircraft to maintain slower speeds and just really controlling it and slowing it down so that it can land on very, very small ships, such as the USS Mackinac Island as well, a 258 meter long ship, which is quite extraordinary, really. Amazing. Flying Duke, so not really, but yes, in some aerodynamically it will have some, it will make an impact, it will cause drag, so you could say, but it's not really used as an air brake, so to speak, but it will actually, it will cause drag. So yes and no. So it's not used initially as an air brake, although aerodynamically it will have the same impact, but the idea is so that the lift fan can kick in, so that it can have real extraordinary slow speeds on landing, speeds that you couldn't do on, let's say, a CTOL aircraft, because of course you have to have a particular speed when coming into landing so you don't stall it, so to speak. But on the F-35B, it wouldn't really play a part in that because of the STOVL facilities that it has. So yes and no. So it's not actually used as an air brake, although it will have and cause drag, and the point of that is to suck the air in as well. Now there was a on the prototype for the X-35, on the prototype they had a couple of well, there was at least one different design. Now, you know, I always tell you about the serrations on the F-35. The original one actually had two doors here, okay, with lots of serrations on the doors, so it kind of opened up a little bit like, goodness me, when you need it to open up, it doesn't, does it? Hang on a minute, there you go. And so basically you had two of these, so one here, but what they found, the serrations were causing the airflow to not be as smooth. It wasn't a really good airflow, so I don't know if they did another design where they had another hatch like this with serrations on it, and then they found again it was causing too much problems with the airflow. It wasn't a smooth airflow, so they ended up having a rounded one. So it's done for good reason for this in particular. It needs to get that air sucked into it. But like I said, naturally, if you're going to do that, you are going to cause some sort of drag anyway. I get it. So yes and no. It's not actually an air brake, but I guess it will be functioning as one. But it's managed and controlled by the amount of air sucked into this. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? So there we go. So I think it's time for a cup of tea, because it is a little bit on the cold side here. Whew. No, so they don't have an air brake. That's right, the F-35A and the C don't have an air brake. The other thing is, well, missing on here. Shall I go and get you an F-35A as well? Do you want to see the F-35A and we can compare? Let's go and get an F-35A as well and we'll compare. There's about 20 aircraft models right now, and I have to be careful where I'm stepping. So I might do away with our two former Lightnings, the P38 and our English Electric Lightning. What was I getting again? Oh gosh, I've got to that age, Ted. I've got to that age where I just forget what on earth I'm supposed to be doing. Right, here we go. Okay, so I've got my F-35A and I've got my F-35B. All right, just there's a few differences, as well as the text that I mentioned earlier. £18,000. There's our A and there's our B. Right, first of all, so for a distinctive point of view, look at the front. The B is on the right and the A is on the left. Look at the hood, look at the cockpit. Can you see the difference in the cockpit? How bulky, almost like a bubble canopy on the A variant, this one, and then the B's got that massive lift fan, 1.2 tons. The other thing, look here, look at that. That massive long contour there, that's your cannon. The F-35A has an internal cannon, the only variant with an internal cannon. The F-35B's one is completely missing. So look at that, you can see that from there, look. Completely missing on the B. The other thing as well, the F-35A has an arrestor hook. Doesn't have it on the B. It's not there at all, so it doesn't have one. So there's a few differences there. But what they all do have, oh gosh, do you know what? It's been a while. Where is it? I think it's here. Or is it this one? Hang on a minute, let me have a quick think. Just give me a second. Oh, it's this one here. Here, what jettisons out of here is the FOTD, the fiber optic towed decoy. That's on all the variants, and it's amazing. It does 3 levels of protection. It's connected by fiber optic cable, and what it does, it's like a piece of radar, bit of metal, and it has 3 levels of protection. So the first one is if by fate that the F-35 has unfortunately been locked onto by a guided missile, it will deploy this FOTD. It could dispense chaff, but it will bring out an FOTD, and what that does, it tries to mimic, right, so there's a few things it can do. Deter away the actual ordnance, the weapon that's coming towards them, or it can actually try to break the lock. So once the aircraft has a lock, this guided missile that's heading for the F-35 can actually try to jam and lock and break the lock. It can do that, and it can also send out random electronic countermeasures as well with that radar. It can actually start giving out false signals everywhere. But the last resort is to turn that radar into the F-35 so it can get destroyed. So there's 3 levels. 1, send electronic countermeasures. Okay, that's number 1, so that it sends false jamming signals. 2, break the lock. Or 3, to actually just think, okay, we're going to have to just deal with that in that way. The F-35s, they've got 4 internal hard points and 6 external, so you can add a external missile railings here and here. Again, a question I get asked all the time, well, won't that affect the radar cross section? Yes, but just because it's stealth doesn't mean it needs to be stealthy every single moment of its life. The thing is, in defense, you want to be seen. This is my area, get out. You want to be seen. You're in defense, this is your territory. You want to be known that you're there so you can get rid of the rogue aircraft. But it is amazing. Like I said, there's quite a few things. Look at, you can really see the divertless boundary layer protection of these bulges here, these contours that stick out, these sort of blisters that stick out here, and that's for the boundary layer that we speak about that gets stuck. Again, aircraft don't actually suck in supersonic air, it needs to manage it as well. It would actually damage the aircraft if you had supersonic air hitting the fans there now. But there we go, again, another feature on all, this is on all that I can see on every single stealth fighter, every single one. First of all, the nose is not round, because I've mentioned before, if you hit it on a tangible angle, it will come all the way around and return to sender. It has a ridge, it's not completely perfect circle, it has a ridge from the point of the nose right in the corner of the intake, so that it can stop that from happening. It is very clever, even down to like the nozzle, even that's serrated, again just to disperse any heat, I guess, that comes out of there, or at least deflect any radar cross section. The leading edges here, again, this has been carefully managed. Amazing, really is an amazing piece of kit. Right, I'm gonna go and have a cup of tea, because I have to admit, it is absolutely freezing. Whew. Right, just go grab a quick cup of tea, talk about history, go for a few aircraft with you. It's nice to have the Canberra and Tornado finally here, which is always an absolute pleasure. Got some amazing aircraft here, man. Oh, it really is. Just looking at the aeroplane models that we've got here, is just absolutely incredible. Have a nice cup of tea. Look at them there now, getting refueled, just like me now. Gonna go and get some nice hot cup of tea. Welcome to Norfolk, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome, willkommen. Oh man. There we go. So that's yeah. Tomorrow looks awful, but I might be around somewhere tomorrow, just on a standby, but I'll be about. Right, I'll bring my cup of tea up here so I can chat with you, so I'm not rude. So I'm not being antisocial. I've got to show you a couple of things that I've been up to, which was quite fun. If the wind allows me to do it, goodness me. The other day I was, sometimes I'll tell you all these measurements, and it was a good idea at the time. You know that old saying, it was a good idea at the time, and then I got a bit cross-eyed. You know, I give you all the measurements, the wingspan, so I try. It was a good idea at the time, right? So it's a quick reference guide. You've got your F-15 is my longest, and the widest is the F-22 wingspan wise. And then just to show you I mean, I don't know if you can even see that in feet. You've got 40, what we got here. The F-22's wingspan at 44 foot and 6 inch. The F-35C at 43 feet, I think that says there. So there's quite a few in there, look there now. Look at them. F-15E, 42 feet and 9.6. And then you've got the F-35B at 35 foot there. Look at that, so big difference, A and the B, 35 foot, and the F-35C's wingspan. But just to give you an idea, you know, it's just a quick reference. I mean, you can see the lengths there of the aircraft, A, B and C. So there's a little bit of a difference on the A, B and the C F-35s by about, I don't know, about an inch or something, like something probably irrelevant, but there we go, that's that. And then again, another it was a good idea at the time thing, right? I tried my best, and then I was like, oh my goodness me. Right, I'm going to explain. Have you ever wondered whatever happened to Supermarine? Have you ever wondered what happened to English Electric? Have you ever wondered what happened to the Short Brothers? Have you ever wondered what happened to Hawker Siddeley, Vickers, Armstrong Whitworth, all these amazing companies? Right, Now, this is not a full comprehensive list because I got into a bit of a muddle, and I'll explain. Right. This is what I come up with. Now, what I want you to, this is the end product down here. They were mainly all BAE systems. Now, if I may, right, there's a few things that I fell into a bit of a muddle. Some of the companies, when they got into the 60s, 70s, 80s, etc., some of them turned into different, because don't forget, you know, some of these companies were making engines, some of them making radar, some of them were making wings, some of them were making aircraft, as in the full, like, let's take Avro, they were making the airframe, but let's say Bristol were where are Bristol? Bristol are here somewhere, Bristol company, there we go, Bristol Aeroplane Company. But Bristol Aeroplane Company, they make engines, a Supermarine make engines, yeah? But the problem, and Hawker, they made the aircraft, but then you stuck a Rolls-Royce engine in there. Now, I've got Rolls-Royce down here as today's Rolls-Royce, all right? The problem is, some of them made another company out of the company, because let's face it, English Electric, they were making electrical products. They were even making locomotives. Then they turned to GEC. And then what they did, they created Marconi Electronic Systems, a different one to the other Marconi, and things like that. So Vickers merged with Armstrong Whitworth, and then you had the Vickers Armstrong, the Supermarine merged with Vickers Supermarine. They became the Vickers PLC. Then they made a Vickers Defence Systems, and then they split a component of it to Alvis, because they were making military vehicles as well. So 20% of the Bristol Airplane Company, for example, they made the Bristol Holding Company, because as bad as it sounds, I believe in this period here, the companies were made to merge as a nationalisation of the companies. But the Hawker Company, if you take that, goes into Hawker Siddeley. Gloucester, they went into Hawker Siddeley. Scottish Aviation and Hawker Siddeley ended up being British Aircraft Corporation, BAC. That then became British Airspace, BAE, and then that became BAE Systems. So it's almost, it is and is and is. It's as best as I can get it. It's the best that I can do to give you an idea of what happened to these companies, which the majority all ended up being BAE Systems. BAE also had land systems as well, which makes it interesting, from Alvis. The Shorts brothers, that was an interesting one to find. It looks like when they went to Ireland, they made the Bombardier aircraft, but also split and went into Spirit Aero System. Really, and then I found there was loads of different Marconi companies as well, from electrical side of things to all others. It was a good idea at the time. Famous last words, but there we go. But yeah, it was quite technical. It was quite difficult to do that. It looks easy, but trust me, it wasn't. Oh dear, things I get up to, right? Yeah, definitely, Davey, completely. Yeah, that's it. Buyouts, payouts, and I know there was a national. I know that the government wanted to merge these companies together. There was so many different companies that were making all these parts, and I think it got to a point where companies were selling, and that's the other thing, selling shares and other companies buying in. It wouldn't surprise me if a company had all these companies had shares in each other's, I don't know, it got technical. Anyway, above all, everything seems to have ended up as BAE Systems anyway, so all the companies in the end merged, and but yeah, I always wondered whatever happened to Avro, what happened to them and things like that, but there we go. Absolute, someone just mentioned it, I do have one. One of the most remarkable aircraft ever made is this. This is just an absolute obsolete radar cross section, the B2 Spirit. Everywhere, everything about it, everything. No stabilizers. The whole thing is one serrated wing. It's a flying wing, but there's just serrated everywhere. Wing rudders, because it doesn't have stabilizers. Differential powered engines, they work independently, so it doesn't have a rudder, so it can actually input the actual power of the engines differently. It's not, a lot of people say, you know, is it supersonic? Does it have afterburners? The answer is no to both. It's made to be cleared, undetected, get the job done, giving that open space, the electronic countermeasures, and one of the beautiful things, remember about radar is aiming upwards. Radar is always upwards, right? So the best thing you can do is to get your intakes up above the surface of your aircraft, because if you get radio waves going in there, it's going to bounce around and return all that information. It's going to identify the heat that comes out of it. So you could say, well, why doesn't the F-22, why doesn't the F-35 have that? Because the B2 is not doing all these fighter maneuvers, rolls and, you know, sharp 9G turns, you know, and rolls. The thing is, if you do a roll, you've just defeated the whole object, which is why for fighters, the best thing you can do is to have your intakes on the side, because if you have them on the top, you're really, once you start moving around, you're really going to defeat the object there. But again, you can see all the radar absorbing tape. Again, once the radio waves hit that aircraft, it's going to come across different material, and then it starts to fade, and you know, the strength of the return is just depleted. This radar cross section, to give you an idea, about the size of a bumblebee. That wouldn't even register, would it, on a enemy radar? Absolutely remarkable piece of kit. Beautiful, absolutely incredible, really is. I think it's 6,000 nautical mile range as well, which is incredible. Just goes to show you don't need afterburners, you don't need twice the speed of sound to get a job done there and out. Let's have another cup of tea. We'll stay till about 3 o'clock and see if anything's going to go up then. So we've got just under an hour before we pack up, if we don't get anything there now. Yeah, an amazing. Yeah, it's good. Having my cup of tea. I'll get Ted to do come on the show. I'll be on the show as well, giving you a bit more history. Right, so Marham through the ages. We're going to go through some of the ages of Marham. We're going to feature some of their very first aircraft that were here. Obviously this wasn't the first aircraft, but there's our Vickers Wellington that I've got here with me. And then after that, that I've got here, we had the lovely, beautiful Mosquito, which were playing major parts here with 105 Squadron and 115. They would have 105 would have had Golf Bravo GB on their sides, and that's 105, and 115 would have had Kilo Oscar. So in the 40s, 1941, you would have had these here at RAF Marham as well. Another absolute legendary aircraft that was here. It was the in RAF Marham's 115 Squadron markings that was here. We also had this, yep, that's right, this is what was here, the Boeing Washington that was here, aka a B-29. The Royal Air Force had some 70 to 83 of these. Kilo Oscar were the markings for 115, operating this huge, absolutely proven bomber, the B-29. But in the Royal Air Force they called it the Boeing Washington, so if you ever see that. And not long after that, when they received that, we also had, which played a major part here, a good 53 years at least here, was indeed the English electric Canberra, the RAF's first ever jet bomber. A bridge between piston and jet engines, the Canberra, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and it served for 5 decades here. Can you believe that? 5 decades, that is a long time, man. Absolutely incredible. And then another turning point for Marham, entering the air-to-air refueling world in the likes of this aircraft that I've got here, the Victor. They did have the Valiant, but I have here the Victor. Look, I mean, what an absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft. What a tasty aircraft. I mean, the shape of it, beautiful. Yes, they were part of the V-Force Vickers Valiant. You also had of course, the Avro Vulcan and the Victor, Valiant and the Vulcan making up the V-Force. But that said, that era turned into the air-to-air refueling era by converting this into a tanker. I mean, how cool is that? Very nice. And something that is absolutely a Marham special, a squadron that was here as well, number 12. Oh yes, indeed. It is indeed the beloved Tornado. Oh yeah, I mean, what an aircraft, man. What an absolute fighter, specialising in low-level ground attacks. That was what it was designed to do. And when you go in low level and you don't need lift, bring those in, baby. Yeah. Look at that, 70-degree swept wings, absolutely incredible. And then of course things change. The F-35B, look at that, in a nutshell. I do have a Sterling to show you. I do have, yeah, I think the Sterling is the only one I've got that I did show you that was here, but there we go, just to give you an idea. That was like Marham through the ages. I mean, how cool was that? I mean, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Marham through the ages with Ted Coningsby. You know how it is. Oh yeah. So we'll wait till 1500, okay? That's our plan, and we'll just hope to get another set. All right, if we don't get any departures by 1500, it's good night from him. And you know, I'm buzzing because you know, I was so worried about today. But you know, time's running out, light is running out, you know. But yeah, I mean, as you know, the channel can just put on a stream somewhere random and just talk about aircraft. I'll give you all about the squadrons, what they did, which is you know, I love it. I really do. I'm very passionate. That's a good sign that the cockpit is open. Very rare. Not many aircraft have a front opening, a front hinged canopy. As you can see, the canopy, the hinge is at the front and opens forward rather than back. It's amazing. Not many planes do that, by the way. I mean, the Hawks, they open from the side. They're side hinged. Right, let's get back on the show. It's a nice, just had a nice couple of tiddly cups of tea. Canopy's open here, which is not too bad, is it? Tell you what, that visibility is shocking. Look at this. I mean, that is just. Hang on a minute. Let's see if I get that in focus a sec. That is just. I mean, look how awful that is, man. So yeah, thank you very much everyone that's tuned in twice today. Got Teddy here, just had to come on the show. So Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. How you doing, Ted? You good? All is good. Bow, bow, bow. How you doing, Teddy? Dieter, how you doing, man? Welcome. High five. Let me just sort that out. Yeah, got that on the wrong setting. Okay, hang on a minute. Yeah, there we go. That's better, isn't it? Let me just sort your end sign. There we go. Here he is. Dieter, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club Guards March. Thanks for joining. Sneaky Josh, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Oi, 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 oi to you. Gary Lockton, 28 months membership, thanks so much. Thank you. Muriel Hudson, Guards March, how you doing, Muriel? 16 months member. Oi oi everyone. What a murky day for you, Nikos. It is very murky out here. Wasn't expected to be here today. I was meant to be, as you know, at Mildenhall, but the field was closed, so, and I'm not surprised. Anne Cox, thanks so much for the super. Coffee and sweeties for Nikos, Ted and Claire. Oi oi, good to see you. Good to see you as well, Guards March. Pat Galloway, thanks for the super. Thank you, Nikos. Love to listen to your history of places you visit. Thank you very much at Guards March. Margot, thanks a lot for the super. Julie Beard with 21 months membership, Guards March. Oh yeah. 21 months of plane spotting with the best military aviation channel, Ted Coningsby, Nikos, Claire Bear, the fantastic Spanners and PCC there. Thank you very much. Darren Arwood, thanks a lot. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. High five, Guards March. And Ali Leyland, thanks a lot for the super and well done on yeah, well done. I saw your post on FB. Nice one. Gary, high five, Guards March, thanks a lot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Alan Q as well, thanks a lot for your super as well, Guards March. There we go. Bow, bow, bow. Off he goes, bless him. Right, let's see what we got now down there. Let's see if we got any. Right, that canopy's good. It's good that the canopy's up. We just need someone to go in it really and fly it, but we shall see what we're going to get. So we'll give it till 1500 and we'll go from there. All right. Oh goodness me, it is horrible. Ooh. Yeah. Right. Let's see what we're gonna get here now. Let's see how we're gonna get here now. Oh man. Oh, goodness me, it's awful, isn't it? So if you hear shouting, there's a lot of dog training going on. The RAF police dog training. It's really cool. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. That canopy's just closed, so I don't know if that's it, but I'll just move some of these models about, give you some of the history. Oh, what a day. Pretty dire, isn't it? But hey, at least we got to see, well, we had a red arrow doing a low approach. Unexpected low approach, man. Whew, goodness me. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Oh yeah. Well, here we are. Welcome to Norfolk, and welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to a place where it was once a defender of Norfolk for the Zeppelin raids, and this had an airfield in 1916 of the Royal Flying Corps. I mean, the Royal Flying Corps, for those who don't know, was before 1912, April 1912 to the 1st of April 1918, when it became the Royal Air Force. And I'll just show you, for those who don't know, I've got an original. Oh, the Royal Flying Corps sweetheart is at home. I need to go and retrieve that. The wind's just blown off a diagram. Oh dear. In the meantime, I'll just show you this beauty, a cap badge, Royal Flying Corps. I don't know if you can see that very well. Let me just turn that round so you can see that in all its glory. Royal Flying Corps, an original. And I've always mentioned this, if you are going to be sort of investing in this kind of thing, you just avoid eBay. Nothing against it. Don't want to. It's just, if you go to an authorized specialist that deals with these kind of things, then you're not going to get the wrong item. I just need to go and get my my diagram that I'm going to show you in a moment of the black buck raids. The Education manual has actually just flown off. It's had an unauthorized takeoff. So let me just go and get that, so I can show you the. I can't believe that Education booklet has just been flown off. Goodness me. It is a little bit punchy out here, but not too bad there now. Wow. That's, so talk history, get aircraft, innit? Let's see if we can do this. It is savage. Damn. Come on, Marham. Oh. I think we got a start up. Hang on. We may have start. Yes, I think we got startups. Well, I'll tell you what, let me just keep it over here. I think we got startups, man.
Okay, I'll go to my...
So yeah, Marham's history dates back all the way to 1916 and started life, as I showed you, as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. It was built close to Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, and it later changed to RAF Narborough. Like I said, April 1912, 13th of April 1912 to the 1st of April 1918. All right. Do you know what? I just want to check their official thing on that. Give me 1 second. Because the 1st of April 1918 is when it became Royal Air Force. I get that. But does that mean it was a day before? I'm going to go and check. I've always... hang on. Royal Flying Corps. Do you see what I mean, though? Did it finish on the day before or actually on that day? How are they... Oh, it says here. Royal Naval Air Service, 1st of April 1918 when it merged. Okay. 13th of April 1912 to the 1st of April, because on the 1st of April 1918 it became the Royal Air Force. Okay, no worries, I'm happy with that. I'll go with that so I don't give you the wrong info, because I hate to do that. But do you see where I was coming from? The 1st of April 1918, the Royal Naval Air Service merged the Royal Flying Corps. I get it, on that day, but yeah, did it count as the day before? But anyway, Marham was built to defend Norfolk from the Zeppelin raids. Very morbidly labelled as the baby killer as well on some of their propaganda leaflets, and join our Royal Flying Corps, and you got to think how early stages. I mean, 1916, I mean, wasn't that far away, from 1903, from the Wright Fly, and luckily companies and men were inspired, like Handley Page and all these other men, even Glenn Curtis as well. We're going to America here, but luckily they were inspired to build and have like a that enthusiasm to build aircraft for flight, a manned flight. There's flight itself, but aviation for me is distinguished by the fact it's manned and it's powered, because flight was balloons. We had kites as well, but the likes of these men making that leap and that pioneer to get on with things, to actually develop, and luckily that's sort of that prestigeness of having the opportunity to build and own aircraft must have been amazing. And you've got to think of where you're going to get your pilots from. But anyway, without going too much into detail there, so Marham built August 1916 as an airfield, as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. The first squadron was actually 51 Squadron, and the aircraft that was first here was the FE2B. Have a look at that, what that looks like. But it was a biplane built as a night bomber and a night fighter, and it was powered by a Beardmore 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine. Horsepower 160. I mean, goodness me. And Marham also served as a training base for night flying with Squadrons 51, 190, 191 and even 193. So they had about 4 squadrons there training here at Marham. And during the First World War, the Royal Air Force formed, and Marham became a Royal Air Force airfield in 1918. And as that merged, and when the end of the First World War came on armistice, in the end Marham did bomb Narborough with bags of flour, and in return Narborough bombed Marham with bags of soot. I love telling you that story. For those who don't know, RAF Narborough is about 3 miles, maybe less actually, in the direction of the backwards crow flying in this direction over there. All right, it is just off Chalk Road. There is a Chalk Lane. There is a Chalk Lane, that is. There is a memorial there for the ex-former station, which served well. And after the First World War, to give you I always like to do this so you can remember of how much it expanded and depleted. So after the First World War, the UK had around 300 military airfields, and by 1924 there were just 27. But while things settled down, there was also a consideration into the thought of possibilities of war ever happening again. New RAF airfields were about to be commissioned, and the Air Ministry Aerodromes Board, the MAAB, the AMAB, was created. And in 1935, just 2 years before Hitler, 2 years after Hitler got into power in 1933, in 1935, the RAF's pre-war expansion scheme commenced, and the first set of expansion program, including Waddington, Feltwell and Marham, was done. And the thing is, at this stage in 1935, the thing is, Hitler actually got Goering into power. Hermann Goering, he was made literally the air marshal for the Luftwaffe. They were building planes covertly. They had to do it discreetly. They weren't allowed. Germany was prohibited to build any form of armory or any weaponry or any basically nothing to do with basically no rearming whatsoever. But they did. They had thousands, and unknown to the world, well, it was soon to be known, they had the biggest and largest. Oh, here we go. There we go, we got a... There we go, we've got an aircraft taxiing. So yeah, it was rearming, and that was a major problem. And 38 Squadron, who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, they arrived here as the first residents of Marham. With the Fairey Hendon bombers. The B flight of 38 Squadron formed into 115 Squadron with Handley Page Harrows, and by 1939 both squadrons received the world's fastest assembled bomber, the Vickers Wellington bomber. And I'll just show you the beautiful Vickers Wellington. It was the most produced aircraft of the Royal Air Force in World War II. 11,460 or so, 61 or so. Vickers Wellington started off Mark 1, made with Bristol Pegasus engines, 1,000 horsepower, same as the Handley Page Hamden. They were made from the same Air Ministry specification, and this was made in 16 different main variants. There were so many variants, but main ones are about 16. Mark II even had Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. They even converted some of them to the Gypsy engines, and then by the Mark III main variant, they decided to go with punchy 1,500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines, which is why, you know, when you come across aircraft, some facts state different speeds, different altitudes, like a service ceiling. It's because there are so many different variants, and not just unique to this, but what was unique to the Wellington for that time period was, as you can see here, the fence here, like a chain link fence. The Vickers Wellington had the beautiful, beautiful geodetic airframe developed and designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, and it was like easy to repair from battle damage. The Vickers Wellington had a great reputation, from what I can understand. It really did for me. Twin engine bomber, but that was the thing. Everything was seen as having bigger and better. 4 engines were the way, but that was it. That was the next stage. There's our F-35 taxiing out there. And the other thing to note as well with this is something that we may not know, is the fact that squadron markings were different still at that time. They haven't been designated into the letter system. You see, 1938, 1937, the Harrows and the Hendons and some of the Wellingtons, 115 Squadron actually had 115. 38 would have had 38, 149 would have had one. This is just an example, by the way. Squadron numbers were actually written, not the 2-letter system that they had. And then they worked out, oops, bit of a security issue here. They can work out the squadron, they can work out where it's based, and how many, they can go on and on, what they deemed. So they changed it to the 2-digit. This is a Coastal Command version. I do have a Royal Air Force version as well. Or at least, sorry, a Bomber Command version. Here we go. I was getting ready then to pan and it was a car. So yeah, oh, here we go. Got another one. 5 F-35s. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so the Mark 1C of the Wellington, you know, it was powered by, you know, the original Bristol Pegasus, and then it went on to a punchier Bristol Hercules. It could do, you know, it could do about 245 miles per hour when it got to the Hercules. It had a 20,000 pound service ceiling, and it had at the time a very healthy 4,500 pounds of payload. It had 6 to 8 guns as well, managed by a crew of 5 or even 6, with a wingspan of 86 feet and 2 inches. So, you know, and it saw right throughout the end of the war. I think it retired sort of just mid yeah, I think it was March 1953 or thereabouts. It was developed into the Warwick as well, and the Vickers VC1 Viking. So yeah, that was Marham's more serious contender for a bomber. And in 1940, 218 Squadron also moved to Marham, also operating the Wellingtons. Again, I believe I've seen photos of them having 218 actually written on their Wellingtons or bombers as well. They eventually converted to the world's first the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine bomber, which was indeed the Short Stirling bomber as well. I won't go into too much detail about the Stirling. I'm going to give you that on another day. But yes, the Short Stirling bomber with its 14,000 pound total payload, struggling though, even with the Bristol Hercules engines, struggled to get anywhere fully fueled, fully loaded, with a service ceiling of anything more than 17,000 feet as well. So it was struggled with that, and eventually it became the bomber that didn't bomb, by the way, for those who don't know the fate of the Short Stirling. It was a beautiful aircraft. It had pros and cons. Sadly, it was the dividers in the middle. It had two dividers down the massive sort of 30-foot odd weapons bay, the bomb bay, which restricted the total bomb that can go in there was 2,000 pounds, but the Royal Air Force were making 4,000, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12,000 pound tall boys. Couldn't fit anything more than a 2,000 pound bomb. So that was one problem, but also the service ceiling as well. And it did struggle. It did. But it could take a battering. It was very maneuverable. But we'll give you a little talk about that on another day with that one. We'll leave that one. But it was the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine heavy bomber. Was put into service. 7 Squadron were the first to receive it, who fly Chinooks today, which is, I love stuff like this when I, you know, hear about what they were flying. But today they fly Chinooks, and yes, that was at Leeming. And eventually Marham was getting busy, and in 1941 105 Squadron arrived with the Merlin powered Flying Tree, the wooden legend, the Mosquito. And Marham eventually became a Pathfinder force, and also they tested out the Oboe precision bombing aid as well. So let's have a look at our amazing legend, which I do go into detail quite a lot. It was the Royal Air Forces and the world's first ever multi-role fighter. You see, Geoffrey de Havilland kept going with this. He kept showing it, and it was proven, because in 1934, yes, 1934, he made a DH-88 Comet, which named Grosvenor House, actually won an air race. Yep, Mildenhall to Melbourne race, 71 hours, man, and it was made out of wood. But when he went to the Air Ministry and showed them the possibilities of a bomber that could be a fighter that can then turn into reconnaissance and then back to a bomber, they said no. Why? Because they thought wood was regressing back to the good old World War I days. They were like, no, metal is the way forward. What they didn't know, using wood had literally a better power to weight ratio, and also not really detectable with radar when it got to that stage. So there's our Mosquito there, a beautiful, look at that, you can power it up with rockets. And a Merlin powered beauty as well. Guns galore, crew of 2. They did convert one of these. They did actually develop into a single-seater called the Hornet, by the way, for those who don't know. But there we go. Well, we won't go into too much because I've got a feeling that aircraft that took off isn't going to be that long. We must press on. Yes. Oh, by the way, now I mentioned Oboe. They did test out the Oboe here. For those who don't know what the Oboe was, well, we have to kind of go back to the G navigational. So this is Oboe, but wait, I'm going to show you. So developed from the beam approach system. Hang on. So this is a German beam approach system, which also the RAF used as well, called the beam approach or blind air training as well. So literally a beam going down it. It's basically very early ILS, and it's just so that you can understand what these Oboe. Is that coming back already? Anyway, so just so you can understand what they would, why they developed a navigational system called the G, why they developed it into bombing, and this goes for the Luftwaffe as well. So they had a beam going along here, right? It's one continuous signal called the equi-signal. What they did, they caused a short circuit and formed a Morse code, so that so when it short circuited to the left, the beams made dots over this side, okay? It broke the signal. And then on the right of the center line, they had dashes, okay? What does that mean? Well, basically, if you get that in the middle, those dots and dashes will just make basically one continuous tone. I hope this makes sense. So basically, imagine one continuous beam, like a tone. Imagine a tone. All right, imagine you break that tone into Morse code so that you split it into dots and dashes. All right, so if you were too far to the left, you'll hear the dots, so and if you were too far to the right, you'll hear the dash, so but as you got into the middle, it was one continuous signal. So if you heard just dashes, you were too far to the right. But as you started to go left a little bit more closer to the center line, you'll start to hear the dashes, and the dashes will get closer to the dashes until it was one continuous. That meant you were in the middle. And what they did, they thought, hang on a minute, why don't we use this for bombing? And that's exactly what they did for precision bombing, which is why I have to show you what they did. They had the dots going on one beam from a let's say the Knickerbein, for example, and the dashes intersecting where they drop the bombs, which meant they could drop the bombs at night and in really bad condition. So they just waited to get to that continuous signal. Hope that makes sense. So basically, instead of landing on a runway now, you're basically aiming for a drop-off point for your bombs. But of course, things get compromised. So the RAF were, you know, obviously cautious of that. So what does Oboe do? Oboe, again, what that did, it used two stations called a cat station and a mouse station. If your target was 271 miles per hour, let's say it was here, let's say it was Essen, all right, what you do, you send a beam to cause, I think it's a hyperbolic arc, which basically from here is 271 miles, 271 miles, 271 miles, etc. What you do, you get your aircraft to fly down that arc, which is from north to south. And what you do, the mouse station sends a beam to the target. So when it intersects, it can drop the bombs. This is basically Oboe as a basics. Let's say our Mosquito was using Oboe, it would also have like some sort of amplifying equipment to amplify those pulses. So basically, again, using the landing system, but actually just turning it into a bombing system instead. So that's basically what that meant. In a nutshell, this is just keeping it as basic as I can. So Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito Training Unit, which was called an MTU, and that was between 42 and 43. Also operating the Mosquito was a secret unit, again using a bombing development unit, and it was number 1418. And again, they were using these techniques to master the art of being precise, and for the Pathfinders as well. So if you don't know what the Pathfinders are, you'd have a lead flight. Again, this is keeping it simple. There was actually more than just dropping types of flares. So basically, let's say our Mosquitoes were in the Pathfinder force, they'd fly ahead of the bombers, okay, and then actually drop almost like flares on the ground to illuminate the target. There was a bit of a worry because Air Marshal Harris was a bit worried that he was taking away his more precise bombers. Does this make sense? Because just think about it, you need to be extremely accurate at bombing. You need to be really good at bombing to drop those. They were called target indicators, for those who are like the exact. But the problem is, some were getting lost and some were turning back. Some of the first ever Pathfinder Force missions were actually unsuccessful. That's flashy, isn't it? Is that flashing? Something flashed there, didn't it? And that's a bit of a problem. So what they did, they had what's called illuminators. Something's on the move. Hang on a minute. Is that an F-35 on the move? What is this? Hello? So yeah, they had illuminators which would fly to illuminate the path. That was their role. So they'd actually drop at intervals these illuminating flares so that the target indicator Mosquito. So it's kind of strange because there's a couple of things. These G equipment, these Oboes, you couldn't actually fit them in every single aircraft. One, they were bulky, but even if you did, you know, at the end of the day, that's a lot of work to modify every single bomber that you had. But hey, it's warfare. They had to do what they had to do. So you had illuminators, then you had the ones that followed the illumination lines and then accurately drop the target indicators. And then once the target is illuminated with a target indicator, that's where the bombers drop their targets on those flares. Now the problem is the Germany on the ground weren't silly and just waited for these target indicators to drop. They would actually try to put them out. They would also use their own flares to pretend, almost like a decoy flare. But then that led on to having a type of colour for that day, I think, if I remember correctly. But it was amazing to think a tit for tat from air to ground. Anyway, we've got another departure. Yeah, Davey, the Havilland Hornet is amazing. So how we doing? Christopher Carr, Gary Inge, Fritz, Williams, Alex, Black Cat, Captain A, Argan, Alex Raven, how are you all doing? This will be our 6th departure, which isn't too bad really. We've got another taxiing F-35 as well. I think we've got, well, we've got a departure coming up now. Here we go. Okay, get ready, here we go. And it sounds like we've got another F-35 taxiing out for departure as well. Is just taxiing out now. So this is hopefully departure number 7. So it's not been a bad day. We're only 3 away after this from what I would call a good day, as in from a spotter day. But then again, what do you class a good day? For me, is 1 vertical landing. Any more, it's just amazing. You know, it's always nice to see a vertical landing. I know we go to certain places for takeoffs, you know, they're quick climbs, unrestricted performance takeoffs, but for here, for me, it is all about the STOVL. Oh yes, it's all about vertical landing, and if you're lucky, the short takeoff, which we do have videos of, and it is remarkable. And it just so happens on those occasions I saw the short takeoff, they were done in abysmal weather, which really added to the atmosphere. So if you haven't done so already, please do give us a thumbs up. We are playing catch up. This is a diversion stream from I've had to change the plans this morning, literally last minute. As I got there, I was like, uh-oh. It was a 2-hour journey in total to get here for me, so got to make the most of it. got to make the most of it. And then of course got to head back, and you know, time runs out, especially in the spotter world. You know, places to go, places to park and get there safely. Traffic, when you start hitting between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. In fact, I find that traffic is any time now. It's just, it really, gone are the days of the usual, although it does seem to have got worse. But hey, there you go. Won't bore you with that, but yeah, that was basically 2 hours to get here in the end from my full journey, and it was in abysmal traffic, standstill on the A14 by Cambridge, which was pretty harsh, but hey, got here safely. Thanks for joining us on the Ted Coningsby channel. And I'm actually very surprised I managed to get a stream in today. Oh dear, never mind, it's all good. channel. Welcome to RAF Marham, Lady Sheds and Teddy Bears at this very, very misty, gloomy day, but hey, it's fun. We've got another departure coming up, hopefully. Chuck Norris. I know. Even Chuck Norris would struggle out here, wouldn't he? That's hilarious, that is. I used to have a mate that looked like Chuck Norris. Gonna leave it there. No worries, just not that I'm wishing a month to go, but it is just one more month just to go through it. I'm not wishing it away, just knowing, you know, that's just got one more of this to go, one more month like this. And this week looks horrendous. It's pretty much like this all week for most of us in England and pretty much the rest of the UK, I think. Waiting for that F-35 to go out. There's 2 airborne currently. If we do get this 7th one out, it's pretty reasonably good day really as far as a spot is concerned, especially here. It's not as busy as the lights, but it can be. I was going to say, we've had when we first started really going for it here, we used to get very, very good days here as a spotter anyway, you know. far as that goes. But like I said earlier, we could have something land and I wouldn't even see it at this rate. It is pretty gruesome out here. Did it take off and we didn't see it? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Having a look at the rest of the week while I'm here. I'll be about. I will just be on standby in case it is not as bad as what it's supposed to be. Tomorrow should be okay. Might be Wednesday I'll try, and Thursday I'll try again. It just does not look good. Bit of troubleshooting. Still waiting here now. Well, shall I chance it and go and get a cup of tea? Yeah, go on, and I'm going to quickly go. Oh, I can always hear it rumbling, innit? I'll just have to run fast. My God, it's horrible out here. Ah, dear. And then we're going to get baked in the summer, innit? The tea up here now. I brought it up here. It might make sense to bring it up here. Turn it. Sound good. Okay, no worries. Looks like our F-35 has got a bit of a situation over there. We're gonna have to just let them sort that out. A bit of troubleshooting going on there. Oh, I'll tell you what, this cup of tea, right, is absolutely boiling and it's so good. Oh, good old classic tea. Yes. Oh, that is good, man. Sorry, but I'm really enjoying this tea. It's absolutely freezing today. It's it's all good. Davey, how you doing, man? Thanks for those photos. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that Hornet. Yeah. Yeah. Never mind, still got 2 airborne. Come on. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and I hope you're all well. I'll tell you what, while we're waiting, just give you a little story about Marham and their mosquitoes, a certain mission Oh, what's going on there? Hang on. Yeah, it was a daylight bombing raid right into the heart of Berlin. I know, but it was a nuisance raid. And Marham are very good at ruining parties during the Second World War. Yes, so on the 30th of January of 1943, Germany was celebrating and holding special rallies for the 10th anniversary of Hitler's rise to power. And the RAF Marshal Hermann Göring was to deliver a special broadcast via radio Third Reich at 1100 from the Air Ministry building in Germany. It was a special day for Göring and the Richtmeister Josef Goebbels, addressing thousands and thousands of crowds assembled in the Coningsby Sportspalast, which was Berlin's biggest indoor sports stadium. Meanwhile, back in Marham, they had other ideas. They were like, nah, I don't think so. They're not going to get their moment. They arranged a nuisance raid, as it was called, and at 8:45 in the morning at Marham, 30th of January 1943, 3 Mosquitoes of 105 Squadron, beautifully marked with their Golf Bravo GB markings next to their roundel, proudly flying DZ423, DZ408 and DZ372. They took off, flew at wave height, literally, over the North Sea before climbing 25,000 feet to avoid radar, flying that low. You can also go do a bit of fishing. In and out of clouds, they met no opposition. They probably didn't expect them. And as they approached Berlin, they emerged into the clear, beautiful skies, descending to low level for the run into their target, which was the Haus des Rundfunks and the headquarters of the German State Broadcasting Company. Despite having flown some 500 miles in difficult weather, they were exactly on time, as you do, your Royal Air Force. And as Göring began to speak, Willkommen, and the air raid warnings sounded in Berlin, and anti-aircraft guns started to blast at the Mosquitoes, the sound of Merlins and exploding 500-pound bombs. The air raid sirens are going off, and the broadcast engineers panicked, and what they had to do, they had to shut the transmission down, and their listeners were instead treated to scratchy recordings of classical music for over an hour. Mozart, I hope. But before an apparently furious Göring was able to return to the microphone, the bombing was inaccurate, but that was the whole point. It didn't do any damage, did little effect, but exactly what they hoped for. Göring's moment ruined. Sadly though, they returned to Marham safely, but sadly the other 3, one of them wasn't so lucky, which sadly DK337, DZ367 as well, and DK337. Hang on a minute, is that going off now? Yeah, it was 139 Squadron was next, and DZ367 and DZ379 and 337 took off for another raid. This was 139 Squadron's turn this time for an attack, and they were on time. And as Goebbels stepped up this time to the lectern at the Coningsby Sportspalast rally, the Mosquitoes arrived over Berlin again in clear skies. This time, however, the defences were on alert and sadly managed to hit DZ367 and crashed, killing both crew. Squadron leader Donald Darling, DFC, and flying officer Bill Wright. Sadly, they lay today side by side resting in Berlin 1939 to 1945, Commonwealth War Cemetery. But they did ruin the moment for Goebbels as well, who delivered his speech amongst all the Merlin engines, the bomb blasting away, but created the desired effect. Rest in peace to the two. That was Marham's nuisance raid, which I love that story. I think it's great. You know, good old Marham doing their thing. I'm not sure what's happened to our well, in the meantime, we'll just wait patiently. Marham was even chosen to become a very heavy bomber base and closed its airfield along with Lakenheath and Sculthorpe. It was a VHB. Oh, hello, what's going on here? Is that taxiing back? Right, okay, so there you go, that's taxiing back. So it was created and expanded, so it closed its airfield and had three longer and hardened runways in the Class A configuration. So it closed its runways and hangars in March 1944. You see, when you upgrade aircraft, the thing is you have to make sure you've got a runway to match. Goodness me, I thought my eyesight was going weird. It's got worse. This fog is absolutely filthy. What we'll do, I think, we'll catch these two and then we may have to call it a day. But in 1946, testing out the new runways were Lancasters of the RAF B-17s and modified B-29s of the United States Army Air Force during Project Ruby. A project was a series of trialling out and testing the effectiveness of deep penetration bombs such as the Grand Slam and the Disney. B-50s and B-29s were present here at Marham between 48 and 1950, with the 2nd and the 307th Bomb Group, who eventually, also on rolling deployment to Lakenheath, eventually made Lakenheath their home. Other bomb groups also spent time at Marham also. On the 22nd of March 1950, 4 of the 70 or so Boeing Washington B-1s arrived at Marham, and these were, as I mentioned, 115 Squadron were here. This is a 115 Squadron Boeing Washington. A Boeing Washington is the RAF designation for a B-29, although that should be Oscar. It looks like a D, doesn't it? But it is actually Oscar. Those were the markings for 115 Squadron. Nothing different about it on the Royal Air Force's designation other than the name, but they were operating these an answer to potentially the not as great as they hoped for the Avro Lincoln, which was basically an extended version of the Lancaster that was able to carry properly the Grand Slam. The Grand Slam was put on the Lancasters, although adding that much weight to it didn't make it as maneuverable, so they ended up making an aircraft called the Avro Lincoln. In the end, it had a bigger wingspan, slightly longer. Look at that, beautiful, isn't it? But this, the B-29, or the Boeing Washington, as the RAF called, tons of payload, literally. 4 beautiful engines that, you know, really made the mark, the Boeing Washington with 115. Even Coningsby had these as well. So yes, 115 had them here. Amazing, isn't it? But yes, of course, it is a B-29 Fortress. It was pretty spectacular, with a crew of 11, with a length of nearly 100 feet. It was 99 foot exactly, with a wingspan of 141 feet 3 inches, and it was powered by these massive 4 of them, the Wright R3350 23 duplex Cyclone. Now these are 18 cylinder beauties. They were turbocharged, radial piston engines as well. Radial are pretty cool, really. 2,200 horsepower in each. it weighed it weighed empty 74,500 pounds. That's 33,793 kilos. That's what, 3.5 Typhoons, is it? Something like that. It's massive. Speed 357 miles per hour. Had a massive range of 3,250 miles with a ferry range of 5,600 miles. Service ceiling just short of 32,000 as well. It had guns, 1050 cal and 2.50 BMG 20 mils as well. Amazing. Bombs, well, it could take a 44,600 pound T12 Cloudmaker, put it that way, which is amazing. And it was here at Marham with especially with 115 Squadron. Not sure what's going on over there. I think it's safe to say our F-35 is probably aborted and cancelled. And then, of course, the Marham's first ever jet aircraft, and a leap to the beautiful first ever jet bomber of the Royal Air Force, the English electric Canberra, which was absolutely incredible. Designed by W. Teddy Petter. First flight, 13th of May 1949. Look at this, the English electric Canberra. I mean, look at that. How good is this? Very clever design, very, very clever. Really is. I'm still learning about all the wonderful aspects of the Canberra. It really is amazing. Went into service in, I think it was with 101 Squadron. And it was literally a leap to change and a bridge from piston to jet powered. It was really incredible. It really was. You know, that first flight was beautiful. Jet powered, a medium bomber developed by English Electric, who at the time were making kettles, electrical equipment, and made their mark in locomotives as well. It was a high altitude bomber, high speed as well, because the idea behind this, you know, the idea of this whole concept was literally quite challenging, really, because the idea was to bring this on into a new era, and they had to be careful as well not to make it to a point where it got into trouble with the service ceiling, coffin corner, and being supersonic, because they were just entering into that sort of stage. And the development, it was really, you know, such a spectacular aircraft. It was initially a revision of E345, a high altitude, high speed bomber. Further specification refinements were the B345, so B for bomber, as we know, and B547. I mean, some of the requirements were quite advanced for that time. I mean, something like, off the top of my head, something like it needed to have in excess of 500 miles per hour. I mean, we're talking absolutely amazing. The prototypes from the Air Ministry B345 requested a production of 4 prototypes. It had a lot of prototypes as well that they made, and it was just spectacular the way it was designed. The Rolls-Royce Avon, they were kind of teething as well. They had a few issues, what's called a surge. Crosswinds would actually get in and actually ruin the airflow, causing surges, but hey, it got there. And the way you know, the way it was designed was absolutely amazing. It really was. And it was just absolutely incredible. But here's the Canberra, and you could have a crew of 3 with a length of 65 feet 6 inches, a wingspan of 64 feet, which, you know, reasonable there, with 2 Rolls-Royce Avon, the RA7s, the Mark 109s as well. They did improve the engines. I mean, this is the B2 version, 7,400 pounds of thrust in each of those engines, had a service ceiling of 48,000. It had guns on some of them. Wasn't really designed to have armament, as in guns, but it was supposed to have speed. And total bombs on the payload, 8,000 pounds. In addition, it could be used in a tactical nuclear warfare as well, which is quite amazing. But 8,000 pounds, no armament, completely unarmed, because the thinking was, well, just like the Spitfires in the PR role, was literally speed. So pretty amazing. Had a fantastic history, and it had a, you know, it had a lot of service here as well. Even in the US Air Force, the B-57 Canberra was made under license as well, which was absolutely incredible. And it was W.E. Petter who pretty much designed it in such a beautiful way that you didn't need to do a lot to make it into a reconnaissance. You want a bomber, you want a trainer. It was made into kind of 5 sections. It even had this whole section for reconnaissance or for your trainer. You can actually take off that cockpit, so the fuselage remained. It was amazing. You want more, so basically it was in 5 sections, so the cockpit can come off. You want a trainer, fine, swap the cockpit. You want a reconnaissance, make it longer, add the camera. You want a bomber, whatever, you can do that. So the front, that was one section. The wings, they could come off, and you can add bigger ones with bigger tanks. It was just amazing. And obviously the rear section as well could come off. So 1, 2, and then the middle part, 4 and 5. Absolutely amazing. There's your, we could fit 8,000 pounds of bombs in here as well, if I can get to it. Probably not, because it's cold, never mind. But yeah, the bombs going here, absolutely amazing. It had a pressurized cockpit as well, because of the way that it actually was completely closed off here. Couldn't actually get access in here at all. A lot of history. You could do a whole hour just talking about the wonderful English electric Canberra. So pretty spectacular stuff as well from Marham. And of course the Canberra just went on for about 53 years here. All right, so that's what I'm talking about. Amazing. And eventually the Vickers Valiant and the Handley Page Victor were stationed here, serving with 55 and 57 squadrons. And while I'm talking, I think we've got a low approach coming up. And of course Marham played a crucial role with Operation Black Buck, the Black Buck raids, using the Victors from here. Of course they operated them for that mission from the Ascension Islands, of course. But yeah, we got our last 2 arrivals for the show. It's getting worse and worse. My feet are getting cold. It's getting, obviously we're losing light as well at the same time. Right, apparently we may be getting a low approach, but here we go. Well, it's one to remember, innit? Goodness me, I hope you're all well and snuggled up at home in the warm. I can hear it. Anyone see it? Well, we've had fun anyway today. At least I managed to get a show, and we've had 6 departures today, so, and 1 low approach from a red arrow. Oh, look at this! Look at the state of this. Fair play for doing that in this weather. I mean, yeah, okay, that's gone. That sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah. Mark Moody, how you doing? Carlos as well, Margot, Flying Duke, Dieter, Vina, Gary Inge, thank you very much. Hope you're all good. Alex Black Cat, Captain A, oi oi. It is pretty bad. There is a runway caravan down there. I can't even tell if it's in focus or not from this. Look at it. Don't worry. It'll all be good next month, I reckon. Well, we say that, and then you got the showers in April and March, and oh well. Hey, we need the rain, innit? Look at the state of this, it's amazing. Bobby, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oi oi. Hope you're well, Williams. I'll just catch these last 2 and then that'll do. That'll do. It's pack up and salmon roll time. So the colour code is yellow for here today. That's pretty bad. red is the worst. So I think they classed it as yellow 2. So I think I heard 3,000 feet, I think, in the 3,000 meters, I think it was, or feet. I can't remember what it was actually. All I heard was yellow, colour code yellow. In fact, it just looks like it's getting worse. It is really getting bad now. Yeah, I think it was feet, 3,000, or was it meters? Do you know what? I can't remember what they said. Well, I could just listen to ATIS and it will tell me on there actually. Somewhere is an F. Do you know what? It can probably land and I wouldn't even see it right now. Tell you what, just in case I miss it, here you go. I'll leave it here for a minute. Look how bad that is. Misty gist. Just in case I miss it, I'm going to leave it there so you can at least get a landing. Yeah, it was colour code yellow too, so... Here we go, get ready. Apparently it's on its way. I could just lie to you and just put some flashing, you know. Goodness me, look how bad it is, man. We haven't had one of these for a while. Valentine's Day usually I get this. But luckily this year, and unfortunately in another, there won't be a Valentine's Day special or a Halloween, which have been renowned to be like this every time. Oh dear. Oh, you gotta love it. I mean, I laugh my head off with stuff like this. It's brilliant. I wouldn't be out here if I didn't enjoy it. So that's one of the nice things about it. As long as I got my tea and wrapped up warm. But can we finish the day off with a vertical landing, which would make it all much nicer, wouldn't it? Hey, where is it? Does anyone know where that is? Hello? Hello? It's clearly not here. I can't see it. Well, it's somewhere here, look. Sounds good. Now, this car is probably thinking, what on earth is he filming? Yeah, there's something up there. Oh my word. didn't work out very well, did it? Oh. Oh, absolutely. Yep, that is what stealth is. That is the definition of stealth right there. That is perfect, Perry. Ghost 2-1, Ghost 2-1. This is Ted01. Please, can you request a vertical landing just to make this day just a little bit better? I wonder if he heard that. I know they can tune in on those things. There you go. Something there. That is some wheelie, innit? That's aero braking right there. Look at that. That might be our record, you know. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any vertical landings in this. Or will we? I mean, that is just the... Hang on. Hello? This cup of tea. Oh, goodness me. I can't even see the F-35 taxiing back. Where is it? I've been expecting you. And it's an F-35. Here we go. There it is. Look at that, eh? To look forward to weather-wise for the rest of the week. It's going to be like this here. Oh man. But I've always said, don't fight the elements, just go with it. Just go with it. Just don't worry about it. Just go. It's fine. You'll never win. You can't beat nature, but you can certainly join it. Don't think we're going to get... Oh, there's something else flashy over there. And here we go, our last F-35B, just on the approach, using the torque down, and that's it. Ghastly, isn't it? Look at it. Unbelievable weather. How it's just gone. Oh, clear to land. Oh, never mind. Don't think we're going to get a vertical landing today. But we got movement, and that's the thing. I actually can't see anything. Well, looks like one's taxied out for departure. Oh, hello. Well, it's definitely been fun and been memorable today. So, wow. So yeah. I've got myself psyched up ready for this week. I know what to expect. The main thing is, and you've got to appreciate it, been this cold and easterly winds, when you start getting wet, it is really, really uncomfortable. So you just got to be very careful about just trying to keep dry and, you know, making it a little bit as best as you can. I think we've got another departure coming out, but we'll see. Don't know what's going on down there at the minute. Oh, it did. Do you know what? It actually landed and I didn't see it. Well, that just sums it up then, doesn't it? That is amazing. There is an F-35 that actually landed and I couldn't even see. I was looking over there and I believe this is just, what was it? I think that's right. I can't even see it. There it is. Right, on that note, I think that is it. That's just, that'll do. That just sums it up for today, really. Ladies, gents, teddy bears. Ted and I are going to call it a day now, and just before we go, the Flying Duke, thank you so much for your super great stream today, Nikos, after the early divert. Grab yourself a large brew on the way home. Stay safe. Thank you very much for that. Gary Inge, thank you as well for the super. And in Cornwall directly, Guards March, and a high five. Thanks for joining our posh officers. Margot, Guards March, thanks a lot for the super as well. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to call it a day because it's pretty, well, you can't really see anything, but hey, it was good fun though, wasn't it? It was definitely good fun. I mean, I had fun. I know it's, you know, considering we were supposed to get nothing, you know, I had that challenge because of the, you know, you know, we just couldn't get access for the morning, but never mind. Hey, let's miss an F-35 taking off. You can't even see it. Shall I try? Go on. It's taking off. There's no way we're going to see it and catch it. Let's have a look. This is really... Oh, there it is. Departures, yeah. There we go. Ted, come on, mate. Ted's like shaking his head, thinking, what on earth is this guy on, innit? But you got to be loopy a little bit to be in this, hey? You know it is. It's the Ted Coningsby channel. It's your one and only, heading for 123k. Look at my hands, they've gone the red. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've really enjoyed it. A big shout out to RAF Marham and RAF Marham pilots, man, seriously flying in this. I know they're the best, they're professional, you know, they know what they're doing, but goodness me, man, that is oh dear. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been brilliant. Thank you so much, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator, and losing the plot right now. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham, I think. Is that what's going on down there? I don't know. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well, if you can see me anyway. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh man. Hey, oi, alright there now. What's going on around here now? My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment there now. Just doing me perimeter checks, making sure it's all good. Hope you enjoyed yourself now watching these pretty little planes there now. I don't know what the fuss is about here now. It's nice round here. It's nice t-shirt weather, innit? Yeah, it's all good round here now. Just been doing me exercises there. I'm regiment, like to keep my feet on the ground there now. That's right, got to do all the old stretches and that there now. Yeah, it's good for you. That's right. Right, behave yourself. See ya.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron